I am blurred. I'm holding down this end of the.
That's good.
I called the other presidents. They're on the way.
You have.
Chairman Lancaster, let's begin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August the 11th, 2016.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gallion, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Lancaster. We have one recommendation for approval of an appointment with tenure. The appointment would be for Jerry Dwyer, who is a professor of mathematics education in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction, and will be director for the CISER, or Center of Integration of STEM Education and Research within the College of Education. He returns from a one-year stint at George Washington University, where he served as a tenured professor of mathematics and the director of their STEM Center. Before that, Jerry was a tenured professor of mathematics at Texas Tech University, starting his faculty position in 2003. So Jerry's been with us before, did an excellent job, and has now returned to a position in a different college. So we're recommending an appointment with tenure for Jerry.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Gallion. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Gallion.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang, please present item number 2.
Thank you. And Dr. Mitchell, he's presenting to the Congressman Rowe upstairs about the VA veterans health care he's providing here, so he'll be down shortly. We were both up there. The Chancellor concurs our recommendation of myself that the board approve the tenure to Dr. David Sestole. David was recruited from the University of North Texas, where he's Vice President of Research. He was a tenured professor there. He got his MD and PhD degrees from Boston University, was the fellow at the NIH, and then was at Washington University in St. Louis for a number of years. His expertise is in diabetes. He'll run our Center of Excellence in endocrinology, and specifically with diabetes and metabolism. And he works specifically with biophysics and the early diagnosis of diabetes and related diseases like Alzheimer's, stroke, and peripheral vascular disease as well. So based upon his previous tenured appointment and his directoring of our Center of Excellence with metabolism, I'd ask that you would grant him tenure as well.
Great background. Congratulations on getting him. Are there any questions or comments? I have a motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the extensive meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Wow.
Chairman Lancaster, we appreciate you keeping that very short.
You're welcome.
I think that's the longest meeting up there for participating.
Yeah. Let the rest of you take notice.
Serving notice.
Chairman Steinmetz, please present audit.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I believe Ms. Turner is not in the room.
Okay?
Let's do the next one.
You know what,
We're going to move on.
move on to
Yeah, facilities.
I have texted her.
Okay. Chairman Anders, please, facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee is now called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2016. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, would you please present item 1? Is Lisa with you this morning, this afternoon?
She is. I haven't seen her, but I think we're good to
We can
go.
go on without, okay?
Are we starting early?
So let me get this working. We good? Just slide forward. This one. Thank you. I might have to tee you up if it's not working. Thanks, Tommy. The first item, Mr. Chairman, is approved naming of a lab within the Industrial Engineering Building. There you go. For orientation, the engineering key is the vertical line there along Boston Avenue to the left. Kind of offset off the back frontage is the Industrial Engineering Building. This is the building that was just recently named in the last board meeting It's a little nondescript and in the back, but basically this is where we named some rooms the other day. From a floor plan perspective, this is that phase 2 renovation that we're working on. The naming of these 2 blue spaces, which are advanced manufacturing labs, is the Stinson Family Advanced Manufacturing Technology Laboratory. The gift in the amount of $1 million as identified in your board item does clearly exceed the 50% rule as verified by our office in the cost model. So the recommendation is to approve the naming of the Advanced Manufacturing Technology and Teaching Laboratory, which is part of the IE building within the Edward E. Whitaker, Jr. Whitaker College of Engineering, to be named the Stinson Family Advanced Manufacturing Technology Laboratory. The donor does concur with the naming of this interior space, and the appropriate signage for the lab will specify that approved name. Key note, this is not an exterior sign request, it's an interior sign request, so it will not naming the building or on the exterior, it's the interior space. That's our recommendation on the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Do I have any questions for Michael on this item? No questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry. I have approval. Motion carries. Michael, continue please with item 2.
Yes, sir. The item 2 is also at Texas Tech University to approve the naming of the outdoor grass practice field at the football training facility. For a point of reference, the left side of the screen where it says Sports Performance Center, that is the new project in which we're constructing today. Matter of fact, by game time, we should have our first column up, 90 foot tall. You'll definitely see it if you're at the game. Adjacent to that are the 2 existing practice fields. The Tim Culp family field is the right side. It is currently the artificial turf field, but after we finish the Sports Performance Center and in conjunction with the construction processes, the grass field that's the faux turf on the right side that's circled will actually move to the left, and then the grass turf, which is currently on the right, will move to the right. And this is the naming for the new grass field, which will be indicated in the red zone dashed line there. So the recommendation is to approve the naming of the outdoor grass practice field at the football training facility within the Edward E. Whitaker Jr. College complex called the Tim Culp Family Field. The donor concurs with the naming of the field. The appropriate signage will specify the approved name. Signage will not come until later once we finish the SPC. Once again, that is an exterior sign, but it's not a building sign. It's naming the actual field. We haven't designated where those go yet. This is just to say that we can name that field, and then the signage will update as appropriate when we move forward.
So within the sports complex, you have all these different namings. Are they all going to have exterior signs, different ones spotted throughout, or is there going to be one main sign that starts directionally?
There is the Edward E. Whitaker, et cetera, complex will have 2 primary marquee signs, one along University, one at the other end of that axis. I actually have a plan there of that. It doesn't show it, but at the top of the, where it says football training facility, just above that street, to the right along University, and that corner will be an Edward E. Whitaker sign. And then on the far left side where that, where the road curves at the top left corner of that drawing, there's another one there as well. I don't have those renderings today. On the building itself, the board has previously approved a few other namings, one for the sports nutrition bar, one for the football training facility, and there is room for one more, and those will be placed accordingly on the facility. What's nice about the scale of this building, you'll never see 2 at the same time, so it won't look too cluttered.
Michael, thank you. Any other questions of Michael on this item? No questions. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Have a motion. I hear a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, please continue with item 3.
Item 3 is the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. This is the one in Lubbock. I just want to make a comment here about, very excited this is our 5th TRB project to bring to the board for full funding. The remaining item is, which will come in December, is the HSC El Paso for their large TRB project. So this request today is to approve a project to construct the Lubbock Expansion Initiative. Sorry. Okay, so for orientation, 4th Street runs east-west at the top of the page. Just below that, the reversed champagne glass, if you will, in the red, that is represents the new entry, which is part of the project scope we're requesting today. And then in the middle of that, where the gray, green, and gray stripe are or vertically, is parking and landscape area. The red building that's an H shape at the bottom is the admin and SIM and research building. And then to the left of that, connected to that red line, moving to the left and up, is the conference center. And I'll bring a little more clarity to that in a second. The red box at the very lower left of your page between Preston Smith Library and TTU HSC, that is what we would refer to as the expansion, the West End expansion. In Dr. Mitchell's vernacular, it is the West End blowout he's mentioned before. So we're adding on to the existing building, moving to the west, connecting with the Preston Smith Library, not only from a facility connection, but functionally, you'll be able to walk all the way through that one building to the other. So as I'm going to start with the renderings, and then I'll work back into the detail. From a macro perspective, when you pull into the side off 4th Street, one of the key design initiatives on this was to have a visual presence. And today, not that the HSC does not, but it has a visual presence that directly links back to the history, not just of an architectural style, but to Texas Tech University and the beginnings in the 70s of this institution. So you can tell the building in the center is the primary statement of architecture. To the right, where the small cupola tower is a conference center, which is cross-utilized for academic purposes, classes, functions, as well as special events, graduation, etc. Dr. Mitchell, welcome. Just hitting your item here. When you get a bird's eye view of the master plan, let me figure something out real quick. I want to get the pointer going. So this is the main research admin building embedded. I'll talk about in a second what's inside there. This is a east-west axis, which is basically a elevated bridge that connects into the current ACB building, which is this building. And then this is we're going to call this conference center for point of reference. This is a pre-function space and then 3 large spaces I'll show you in a minute. When I originally pitched this from a planning budget perspective, this building and this building were one building. When we went through the programming process, which was a very good process, 111 meetings later, which we are today, the planning committee and executive committee from Ted Mitchell and all of his team, we really studied not only the building but the site in which it's sitting. The reason we're spending some time on this, we made a key planning decision as a whole group, and that was for this conference center, roughly 14,500 square feet embedded in this building. It just got a little awkward from a scale perspective, and it started expanding out into this parking zone on its own little island. So from a master planning perspective, clearly to the 2014 master plan, it was in conflict with some of the principles in which we design our campus. So we made a key decision to break that off. All those still connected through pedestrian walkways here on the ground, as well as from this building back into the ACB. Primary entry into the conference center and this cupola tower is primarily so that for special events you don't get confused. Real big campus, they pull in somewhere, where do I go for an evening event? You go to the tower, which is the conference center. So this is the one building that is turned into 2, although connected with pedestrian connectivity.
Michael, the big building here in the front, that's a 3-story building?
That is a 3-story building, yes, sir, and it will have a partial basement, which I'll talk about here in a moment. So when you walk up to that front facade, just a key point, there were some questions in the last meeting about, are you showing the architectural detail enough? Pilasters, fluting, all the finials, the arcades, the arch-rimmed, stone arch rims, everything is within the planning principles which you have approved recently in the 2014-15 master plan update, certainly hearkening back to the symmetry, the way buildings go together, and of course we're using all the right ingredients in terms of brick, mortar, stucco, and rondelles, the little round things up there at the top of between the arches, and then of course the positioning and proportion of all the buildings. This is kind of special, meaning the integrated planning part is very accentuated in the right way. We also created part of that master plan was to create special places. So today, when people drive into the campus, they don't come in this, what's going to be our future entry and through a formal higher ed statement in terms of entry. They come way over here somewhere and way over there somewhere, and then they kind of find their way to the core area. This is the primary patient drop-off zone. So today we're announcing formal entry, seal at the front. You come in, egress through under this bridge, if you will, pedestrian bridge, and we're maintaining the existing portal. We're going to clean that up and make sure that works properly so that patients have an ingress, egress, and ingress, egress here to stop and drop, and then they come back around and park where they need to. We've studied many iterations of that, but what's cool about it, we've created this micro courtyard, which is one of our key goals in the last 6.5 years. We know we do buildings well and we build buildings right. It's the spaces in between that make the experience special, which that's what this represents here today. Then for
Michael,
yes, sir.
putting that building in front, because that's 4th Street right at the...
4th Street is up here.
From the street, then that begins to look more like the tech campus rather than what it looks like.
Changes the whole feel.
Yeah.
And actually, that's a good point. One of the things, and Dr. Mitchell was a part of this conversation, when we studied this building and this building being one and this function integrated out here, your view horizontally east and west became a small stamp from a visual perspective. And what we did is broaden, basically for all the people that have been around a while, Pod C, Pod B are completely have a new facade, and then the glass box behind it creates a backdrop. So it was a good call to spread that statement out that Texas Tech HSC is part of the system, loves the architecture, and we're trying to harken back to that per the master plan.
For clarification purposes, what you're determining as this conference center, is that how you entitled it? Is that primarily for the Health Sciences Center? Is it going to be any community use, or is it for just...
Well, almost always you'll have communities, the community groups that use it as well. Currently, we use the Mac and Turf, which is over in University Medical Center, and so different people use it. It gives us one more option. We currently have no options for conferences. And so even when we have, for example, something I'll talk about in my report tomorrow, the World Congress of Ultrasound and Medical Education, one of the premier meetings of the, quite literally, of the world for this, we had no place to put anybody.
How many will this hold for a conference, a medical conference?
350. And then there's variations on the seating arrangements, but 350 would work.
We'll be able to host some things we haven't been able to host.
Correct. And those of you that have been present at some of our meetings over there, particularly with the foundation board, we have them in the hallways currently of the academic classroom building. We'll have events in the hallways. So this really changed things.
The flexibility of the space was pretty cool too. The programming process that we went through, it's not just one big gala space, if you so think of it that way. It's actually subdivided into 3 other spaces if you so choose, with partitioning systems, sound isolation. So you could have a class one day if you wanted to, in the middle, special events, and then a banquet on the other side, about 100 if you so choose, or a little bit more than that. So plenty of flexibility built into the function of the space.
Does this layout, Michael, give us ample opportunities for expansion in the future as the Health Sciences Center continues to grow?
Yeah, it really does, and I'll talk about that specific to the center building with the decision where we are asking for something that's a little different than the original plan financially, which I'll touch on. But yes, I will say, as Texas Tech is, parking is critical, and it's tight. So as the HSC grows, we need to continue to not only preserve our green space per our planning principles and grow buildings, but we need to come up with solutions for more remote parking to support the demand. But there's plenty of room to grow. It's just the parking offset and how do you deal with that. The next slide is, you have to kind of unplug just for a second from span rent and master plan updating. This is the West End expansion. So everything I've talked about before is right in line with our planning principles. When we studied this, we truly gave an effort to how do you expand a building that is somewhat postmodern and then kind of its own hybrid design style, and expand that within our planning principles. We made a really appropriate decision in the team's and the committee's decision not to try to plug in this span rent end that looks a little bizarre between Preston Smith Library and HSC. Did a few studies on that. Clearly, it was a kind of an oddity. So the concept quickly changed, and it's important for the board to understand that we are asking to proceed with a continuation of that style of architecture, and blending in was the plan of the current HSC and the Preston Smith Library. It's really a hybrid of the two. So the goal was, when we finish this building, you don't really know that we actually added on from an aesthetic perspective. It was just synonymous with the rest of the facility. I think it's the right thing to do from a planning perspective. I'll talk a little bit about the flexibility of that, but that's why it's circled here, so you can clearly see we're not trying to make an architectural span-rend statement here. The reason it's important, our board policy says everything we do in the future on these two campuses will be span-rend. We just think that's the wrong approach for this facility at the end of this run from an architectural statement. Certainly willing to discuss that at whatever detail is required.
Chris, do you have a thought on that?
No, I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
So let me run through some of the detailing. Basically, what we're asking for today, the scope embodies us constructing 3 facilities. Remember, the one became 2, plus the West End expansion, as well as the front entry. So totaling about 183,000 square feet. The West End expansion, which is more the current design style, is 576,000 square feet. And that includes, I won't read the whole thing, gross anatomy, anatomical sciences, school SOM class size for LCME accreditation requirements. Dr. Mitchell's team on this executive group has been phenomenal on making sure we're in check with all accreditation issues. The physical connections to the Preston Smith Library at the basement and the second floor level. We are including a 240-seat flipped classroom, which basically means it's a high flexibility function space specific to the new pedagogy of medical teaching. And Dr. Mitchell, any thoughts on that? You're welcome to add in.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody's familiar with the way things are moving in medical education, but you've got to do things in small groups. The old, what they used to call the sage on the stage, with somebody standing up there in front of 200 students, doesn't cut it anymore. So from an architectural standpoint, having these things designed from the very beginning where you can break out into small groups is critical for ongoing accreditation, not just with the School of Medicine, but for interprofessional education and accreditation with the other bodies as well. It looks really cool. Did you show me drawings of that?
We didn't have them.
You should have. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So also embodied in here, student lounges, collaboration spaces, places for them to stay on campus and be part of study groups and or just get alone and study. Outdoor terraces on the 2nd and 5th floor. I think it's a pretty cool opportunity. If you'll look at this top space, this isn't an outdoor terrace because it's cool to have a terrace. It's there because it provides, to somebody's question earlier, future growth opportunities on the 5th floor to embody that space. So structurally, we will be able to enclose that. And then down on the 2nd floor, the same thing. We would be able to expand that, stay within the right parameters of design. You can see this actually has a 2nd level as well. We could continue that over and increase interior space. Our mechanical systems, structural systems, electrical systems will compensate for that in the future in this current design. So if they wanted to grow, it would just be a funding issue and ready to go forward, and we're already teed up and ready.
And Michael, may I say something about that just very quickly? The other thing, Kano McQuinney, who used to work in my office, is the one that came up with this idea. The one feature of West Texas that is so hard to beat is the skies at night. And so designing these things in a way that if we have get-togethers with faculty or staff or outside folks in settings like this, because the majority of the nights are wonderful, and having that available so that down the road as we need more space we could enclose something, but in the meantime we could use it for events, is really a great touch. And we did the same thing on the LERT, the building that he pointed out in the front, for the same reason.
I'll talk about that in a sec. I did want to make one clear point. Where the X is, there is a grove of trees with beautiful history. Regent Montfort, as you remember, that was a courtyard with an alley of trees that was done during Regent Montfort's period. We are not demolishing any trees. We'll be spading those out, repositioning, and reinvigorating that patio space. So it'll be as beautiful, frankly, might even be a little more cool than what it is today in terms of an outdoor plaza on the 1st floor. So we will not be demolishing the history that was planted there many moons ago. Yes, sir.
Do we find ourselves in a position so that any future expansion of the Health Sciences Center will, for the same reasons you just cited, force us to continue to use this same type of architecture? Or are we going to be able to plan away from it in the future?
It's a great point. We went through that. We're kind of forced into this decision. It is not the strategy to move forward. So if we grow, it will not be a continuation connected to this building, for not only because of aesthetic reasons, but really there's nowhere to do that. On the east side, it's the dock area. On the west side of the Preston Smith Library is a parking lot, and then the street. That parking lot's critical to that location for a lot of back-end functional spaces. So we'll probably stop expanding the line, and then we might build some bookends, but they won't be connected and harbored by the previous style of architecture.
And at some point, you can begin to circle it, if you will, with the kind of architecture we want to promote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, let me move forward real quick. So that was a quick brief on the west expansion. The north expansion, which was that front building, that's we refer to as the Education, Research, and Technology Building, 58,142 gross square feet. Without going into great detail, research, translational research, offices, teaching and support space, related infrastructure, and some new technology and equipment. And there's also some simulation functions in there as well. The second bullet is just to make sure and everybody clearly understands that we did split the two buildings apart for planning purposes to create a freestanding, although connected through a pedestrian walk, a conference center with approximately 14,500 for all the functions that we talked about earlier. Also in this scope is the 4th Street Boulevard entrance, which was the new key and the formal entrance into the HSC campus. I don't think this is an amenity, it's a need, because functionally it's very tough to get in and out of this campus today when you're way out on the ends and you're really trying to serve a customer base or visitors to the campus. The project does include site and utility infrastructure, landscape enhancements, and public art.
Mike, you might add, that item there was an add-on, correct, as the project unfolded?
Yes, sir. Yes. Actually, it was part of the original plan. When I first pitched this as a planning budget, $83.7 million. Today it's 85.9 is what we're asking for. There's two key components in the design process that drove us down that path. Working with Dr. Mitchell's team, the entry was critical. It was in the original discussion. Our goal was to get it into the current budget. Once we went through the programming process, it was clear those funds need to be directed to the functional aspects of education, and the entry became kind of a secondary point. Dr. Mitchell clearly supported, not only from a design standpoint, but from a statement standpoint and service function standpoint, that it was critical enough where he came up with some more funding. I'll talk about that in a second. $1.5 million to do that the right way. The other additional cost is for a mechanical basement in this facility here that we're talking, or excuse me, in the LERT facility. Backwards. The north expansion portion. In the program, we did not have a basement. We took up some third floor space for a mechanical room. In studying that and future growth, to your point, we saved we were able to accommodate a little over 2,000 square feet for future growth. Move that mechanical basement down into a subterranean, and then it opens up the third floor for future expansion for growth for Dr. Mitchell's team. So we've embedded that in there. That is $700,000 to do that. So the additive of those two things took it up to an $85.9 million, which I'll talk about right now. So the total project budget has been changed to $85.9 based on those two items I just talked about. The cost allocation is split here. Regent Huckabee, just a clarifying point, when we talked on the phone, I told you we'd have $4 or $5 million of contingency. We still do. This is just representing the $1.73 million contingency outside the CMAR contract, not within the GC or owner contract built into the budget. I will say this is as I mentioned before, this is probably the most challenging project. We're doing 3 at a time. Integrating into an old building, connecting into maybe a newer building, and building a new building at the frontage. So this is a very tight budget. The contingency, frankly, is a little lower than we typically see outside the contract, but we feel confident that with some decision making as we move forward, we'll be okay. So I just wanted to put that on the table clear. There was a comment about the professional services maybe being a little bit more than what we see on a percentage basis. Yes, that is at $9.7 million. It does represent 15%, but it's not the architect's contract or engineer's contract. It's architectural, geotech, commissioning, tab, civil, audit, and the CM agent. So all those roll into that. We're still within that 7.75 to 8% on the AE contract that you've reviewed before. So we're in good check there. I just didn't want to falsely, oh, that looked a little odd there. We just rolled those up into a recap. So the recommendation on this table is to proceed as explained at the 85.9, report to the THECB, amend all of our current contracts with all of our partners which are on board. The 85.9, this is where it's changed a little bit from the previous, is comprised of the RFS system funding of the 84th legislature, $60,264,000, and the unexpended plant funds cash of 25.636. That's where the HSC has come in and added to the budget of the $1.5 million and the $700,000 for those two things I talked about. The overall budget does include the previously approved $2.4 million, which we've been planning with the last several months. And that's the recommendation on the table, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any questions of Michael on this item?
Michael, when do you anticipate bidding?
We'll actually hit the street. It is a GMP CMAR contract, so our first phase of the project will be the first of the year. We still have CDs to finish. Yes, sir.
Michael, at $464 a square foot, is that pretty consistent with what other buildings like this? I know there's some lab space and some other things that drive the cost up significantly, but is that pretty average based on other systems that are building similar style buildings?
It is not average.
Our math may be wrong.
It's $468 a foot, which is a good number. It's an aggressive number. Okay. If you really do a cost comp with maybe a UT A&M or even some other schools, yep, they might exceed 500 or 550.
Gotcha.
The difference is we're in a good position at 486, and it's a little tight, but we're going to make that work with some decisions on the interior scale.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Michael, staffing-wise, are we adequately staffed in FPNC with all this building that's going on? Because this is going to be a big project to undertake.
Yes, sir. When you pull all of them together, the $250 million plus the other $100+ million that we're working on today, we're certainly tapped out. But fortunately, through Board of Regents policy, our CM agent program, which means our partner to help us project management assistance, has been solid. And all the TRBs but Amarillo has that involved, so they're taking some of the burden off, which eliminates some of that pain. The good thing is, long term, we're not trying to grow our office so large and then we have to deal with downsizing later. Yes, sir. We're in a good position.
On this one, on all these, because it's such a large contract, is there real-time audit?
Yes, ma'am. So every one of the TRB projects except one, we have a pre-audit. So when the contract is routing for signature and it gets completed, we go to a direct pre-audit with our third-party auditor. They review the contents of the contract, comparative to the proposal, make sure everything down to the details in check, and that kind of sets the basis so there's no question later, which y'all know that historically there might have been some of that. We do a midstream audit with Kim Turner, what she's supporting at the beginning, a midstream audit with our third party to check and balance against what we talked about at the beginning, and then we do a final audit at the end, which she reports to the board outside of FP&C direct to the Board of Regents.
More questions of Michael on item 3? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, thank you. Please proceed with the report on item 4, Michael.
Yes, sir. This is our report. There's only 2 projects I'm going to deep dive into. The first one, when the board approved at our last meeting, ESB2 on the Tech campus, it was the same metrics shown on the left, but what we didn't show you were the renderings. And I believe Regent Hammonds made a point, please show us the next time. This is what this building looks like. There's a couple things that are important to point out, certainly within the Spanish Renaissance 2014 Master Plan update. This is a big building right in the middle of the urban context of the campus, a lot of pedestrian walkways, etc. So it fits in quite well, snugs into that space just to the west of ESB1. The 2 cupola towers represent the stairwells and make a statement on the long view on this building, so you'll see it from a distance is the point. And then, of course, the entry in stone right in the center right of the top picture is right in line and harkens back to the appropriate detailing that you guys require and that our Spanish Renaissance style requires. You see the colonnade on the bottom on the different venue. The left side on the bottom where the white tower is, that's the clock tower. That is kind of the demarc point and node on two main axes across the campus. Will continue to be that way. The point is we did not block any of the vistas that were part of the original campus that we started with. Are there any questions on that? Just want to make sure y'all saw that and we were being open about that.
Thank you for doing that. Which elevation is going to be the most visible to traffic, and
Yeah, it's a great
which one are you
question.
most likely to see?
This building has 4 front doors in terms of view. None of them face the street. All of them face buildings. So it's actually inbound in an urban context, and it's all pedestrian traffic. There's no driveways up to this except on the south, which is the dock area. So the primary view is all from the track, like the northeast perspective. If you're at the track, that's what you would see. The west elevation, if you're looking from the rec center side back this way, walking down the road, that's what you would see on that view.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next item is, these are just reports, obviously. The next item is really a wonderful opportunity that we've partnered with along 19th Street. Many of you know 19th Street has been neglected in terms of aesthetic, and that we're talking about the median specifically, not necessarily the street quality. It's a great street. The Chancellor had come up and kind of commissioned us to study the opportunity to partner with TxDOT. And I'll let the Chancellor's going to talk about this, but this drawing on the bottom, it's very difficult to take a mile-long piece of road and slap it on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. So the point is, all the median is completely torn out and rebuilt with colored patterned concrete and 4 to 5, depending on how you count the connectivity of those, very long and large landscape areas. So the partnership is between TxDOT, roughly $3 million through a grant, Texas Tech University, and Dr. Skubanek's group putting in some money for all the softscape and the labor to plant the softscape, meaning all the materials. The city, TxDOT will pay for the infrastructure, connectivity for irrigation, road, flat work, the building of all the planters, et cetera. And then the city of Lubbock, through the new mayor, really hats off to these guys. They came to the table. We reached out to them and said we want to be part of it. They said they wanted to be part of it, so they're going to take on the long-term maintenance of all the median, which is a huge deal for the city to do. So, Chancellor, any comments on this initiative you'd like to talk about?
Well, I think too, if I drive that way to work every morning, and it's a safety because students are running across and then seeking harbor on the median and then running across. And so, what we hope this will do is provide safe and more protected areas for students to cross. There's a lot of students who live over in the Tech Terrace area. The other thing it'll do is be some discussion about the parking along 19th Street and some changes that'll be made there that'll accommodate the homeowners, but not necessarily provide an extra parking lot to encourage students, not to the extent you have to cross that busy highway. It's kind of a dangerous thing, but we're hoping to put this into a more safe situation for our students. And it's a great opportunity because TxDOT had some funds available for that, and so we were able to partner with them in the city. I do appreciate the city coming forward. It's kind of, I think, an example of a good relationship that we're developing with the city, and I do appreciate them reaching out to help us do that.
As the Chancellor mentioned, it's not only about the aesthetics, it's about the safety portion. So all Flint, Boston, all the primary crossovers will have a new look in terms of pathways, and those will be red and black with the white TxDOT required stripe around it. It'll be pretty cool, actually, with a herringbone pattern of brick patterning. It's not brick, it looks like brick. Where the blue stripe is from University, all on a winding path, all the way to Memphis, and then back around on the left side up the top, back up to the system office building will be a shared use path, which is in the upright corner. So if you rode your bike to work and you wanted to get to campus from the system office, you could take this route, or you could just ride on that all the way over to the HSC as well. This is some of we're not finished with the design. TxDOT does have it out to bid. We received bids mid-November. The plan is to start construction in the spring and finish before next fall. So moving quite quickly, but it'll have a really nice lush feel all the way down the mile run. And there's the timeline I just talked about. And those were the only two projects I was going to update today, sir. Yes, sir.
Michael, I just want to mention, a couple years ago, I recall this conversation regarding what TxDOT's efforts was or could be, and this was very similar to what was done out in El Paso. And I remember Regent Francis brought that to our attention, and as we began that conversation sometime back, and it takes a little time, is how I know the ball got started rolling, and then there's a lot of folks in the room to get keeping that rolling, Martha and others that helped us, put us on the radar for those dollars from TxDOT. So thanks again to Regent Francis and Martha and the team that really did a lot of work in making sure that didn't get lost over there.
They've been great to work with.
Any other questions of Michael? Before the meeting, everybody got a detailed report from Michael about other projects that are ongoing. If there's any questions, you're certainly welcome to ask. If not, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Anders. Chairman Steinmetz, audit.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2016.
So moved.
Hear a motion, is there a second?
Second. Did you make yours? I did. We got it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ms. Turner, now that we know that you're not perfect, please present item number 1.
Hey, I got here before 12:30 when it said the meeting was going to start. My apologies for not being early. We typically have a very light report in the month of October for the board, and this is no exception. We finished one audit since August. We had a huge push in the summer to finish a whole bunch of stuff in August, and we did that. We've got a number of projects in progress. This one that we did finish is an IT audit done by our new IT audit group, as well as a couple of other people worked on that. It was a good result. We looked at a housing management software that ASU uses, and this software, which is called the Housing Director, interfaces with Banner, which is the accounting system for the university, as well as CS Gold, which is an auxiliary application, another third-party application that manages things like residence hall access, meal plans. They use the card for those things. We did find some things that are not atypical in systems, and that is that there were a lot of users that had access either more than they needed, or that had left employment or left the department and no longer needed access. We also saw that this application in particular does not have a strong password requirement. So current best practices in passwords are that they be complex, that they have letters and numbers. There are a lot of different things. They may have a length requirement to them. And so we're recommending that this department work with IT to explore the possibility of using the user authentication methodology that's already in place for the university to also access this particular application. Management is working through these recommendations. Like I said, we have a number of audits in progress like we always do, and you'll see a more normal looking report in December. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any questions or comments?
Yes, I have. When I look at the back book on open audits, I'm directed to lab safety audit.
For Health Sciences Center.
Or at
right?
the Health Science Center.
Okay.
I know that 2.5 years ago we had some issues with our labs, and we directed the staff to really look into those procedures and look at best practice and make sure that Texas Tech led the nation in safety in our labs for our students and our faculty. I noticed that 2.5 years later, it's still open due to personnel turnover. Can we address that?
Yeah, some of the recommendations of that audit we've already cleared as implemented, so these are the ones that remain. I'll get a better update on those. I do know they had some turnover in. There are a lot of departments that have to work together regarding lab safety. I know they had turnover in at least one key position that impacted them getting these things done, but we'll follow up, and I'll have a good follow-up for you in December. Hopefully a few more of these things will be implemented by then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? Hearing none, Ms. Turner, thank you for that report. Mr. Chairman, there's no need at this time for executive session, so therefore this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Chairman's comments. Chairman Francis, Finance and Administration.
All right. Finance and Administration Committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2016.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Mr. Brunges, item number 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. The first item is on some new processes that we're implementing as a result of Senate Bill 20 that was passed in the last legislative session. This involves the approval of purchasing contracts in excess of $1 million. We have historically allowed in the Regents rules, we had allowed basically purchasing processes were completely followed, and we had not initiated a project. We could exclude from board approval the contracts. This involved going through a formal process, usually with a cooperative, and which is cooperative purchasing provider, and then we could do that without board approval. The requirements set forth in Senate Bill 20 require us to take all contracts in excess of $1 million to come to the board for approval. Therefore, we had a backlog of 17 different contracts that we are now submitting at this time. The interesting part about Senate Bill 20, and we've been working on it now for approximately a year and a half to meet these new rules, its implementation date was September the 1st of 2015, but in the bill itself, it had a clause that said, as soon as practicable after the effective date of this act, the Comptroller of Public Accounts in each affected state agency as necessary shall adopt the rules, processes, and take the actions necessary to implement the changes in law made by this act. The first part of the changes that we are seeking to make was the implementation in Regents rules of the Senate Bill 20 requirements, and this tracks the history of going from an exclusion for purchasing documents, or in other words, basically issuing POs, to now we're bringing those to the board also. As a second stage, we are actually bringing all the contracts, and we, over the course of the next 2 board meetings, including this one, we will be catching up. We have some contracts here. As I mentioned, 17 contracts totaling $47 million. It's a little bit of sticker shock to see this all at once, and you wonder what had happened, and the doors just blown wide open. If you look at some of these contracts are over a 5-year period. They date back to 2011, and they're covering various periods. So it's not like all of these contracts were coming forth and have done this work in the past 2 months. These are all contracts that we're catching up on. You'll also notice coming down the far right column there how they were procured. The notable thing here is that all but 2 of these contracts were not procured by Texas Tech University System directly. Those 2 contracts, by the way, were for books for the library, and we have gone through a broker there, 2 brokers, to provide book purchases, which is allowed on intellectual property acquisitions. But the majority of these contracts are presented in their cooperatives, various cooperatives here, and that we've shared, and that way we get a good volume price, and at the same time it saves us administrative overhead. Organizations provide a service, and then we go out and take advantage of that. In the case of Department of Information Resources. That's a state agency that is responsible for various contracts, such as PC contracts, computer equipment, things such as that. The majority of these contracts are for tangible items and not services, which services are where you have some vulnerability with contracts. Tangible items, anything from computers all the way through job order processes and things like that. If we looked at a little bit of a summary of all of these, majority of the HSC has a substantial number, and El Paso is represented here by 2 contracts. The job order contracts. Job order is an area that Mr. Molina and I have been discussing, and I believe that discussion has involved Regent Huckabee to a certain extent, and that we are going to be going through a process to look at that process a little bit more closely, and to also perhaps revamp some of the features of it. We've spent about $8.9 million. The interesting thing is the majority of those job order contracts, or both of those job order contracts, are at the HSC, who has no physical plant. So when they want something like a door put in or remodeling to a room, a small project, they do it through these job order companies. They prepare a job order, and then the contract is led to that. Upon completion, it's a whole bunch of mini projects if you wanted to look at it one way. Food there, that's such things as, that's the contract with U.S. Foods at Texas Tech University to purchase food for the campus. We don't buy prepared food, we do our own food preparation through Top Tier, but this is the buying of the raw materials. Physical plant equipment, that's a contract for a chiller with Carrier. Not too many people build that size of chillers. Books, almost $3 million, and lab equipment, medical supplies. Lab equipment, medical supplies are specialized vendors. The majority of the contracts here are purchasing cooperatives, various cooperatives that provide us a common in a discounted price. DIR, our computer supplier, and then there's a couple of brokerage firms that buy books for us. Why do we use purchasing cooperatives? Every one of the contracts we have is voluntary. The contracts can be canceled at any point in time, so there's really not much danger there that you'll get in a contract with a bad vendor, because you can cancel it at any point in time. They're small, specific items that are being purchased through most of these contracts, so there's little risk in terms of them not delivering. If they stop delivering or they start delivering slow, our purchasing department will contact them, our various purchasing departments will contact the vendor, will resolve the issue, and we'll go on or we'll change vendors. Many of these contractors provide us access to a standard catalog of equipment and then a discount rate that we can then use to apply to all purchases from that vendor. There are requirements for each of these contracts. Our purchasing departments across the entire Texas Tech University system have been meeting with me, as I mentioned, for about 18 months on this. We are meeting with the requirements for Senate Bill 20 that we have to develop this for each contract. We have those on file in the purchasing departments, and so we're going through a complete review of contracts that we have in place. In addition, contracts over $5 million, as I mentioned, the Dell computer purchases at TTU, the food supplies, Carcon Industries is U.S. Food, $7.5 million, and the job order contractor at the HSC, $5.5 million. Those are all or have special requirements. That was, information was distributed to the board last week, so I hope you have had a chance to look at that. It's very straightforward. As I mentioned, the board, in the requirements of approving contracts such as this, should evaluate carefully the potential for a poor definition of the scope. This occurs especially in service contracts. For example, if you have somebody to come out and design a computer system to update all the records in your organization, that's a pretty ill-defined thing, and it's sometimes hard to define exactly what it's going to consist of on the contract. And that's where a lot of contract disputes go, the ambiguity of a service to be delivered. These contracts are tangible products, and therefore the risk is very small for these contracts that are being presented at this time. That concludes my presentation.
A quick question. With implementation of Senate Bill 20, did the legislature present that you would have to, all systems of higher ed have to report the same way to their boards how this information comes to us for approval, or did they leave it to each system to bill and come up with the way that they're going to report it, and then the state auditor then audits and says you did or did not do it right?
Yeah, so yes, there is a strong, let me start at the back and work my way back through your question. There is a strong audit requirement that will occur and will be an evaluation of this. Senate Bill 20 only required that the board approve this. It didn't go as far as to specify a particular format. We have worked with this, and this format here is evolving, and we would welcome anything that you think might be more informative for the board. In the future, we have discussed having a review committee look at all these contracts, and with the board's permission, the ones that were fairly routine, such as many of these, we would put on a list and present to you in the consent agenda. That's where we are on getting board approval. Yeah, yes, all boards, to answer your first part of your question last, to answer your question, all boards are required to approve these contracts now.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Ms. Sloan, item number 2.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Texas Tech University, we're requesting your approval of item number 2, authorizing the president to execute a contract with W.W. Granger, Inc. This proposed contract arrangement with Granger is going to allow Texas Tech to reduce our operating and overhead costs by implementing a just-in-time ordering, inventory management, and delivery system for equipment, parts, and supplies that are used by our operations division. Some of those things that Mr. Bridges was just mentioning, when we do replace a door, some HVAC repairs, things like that, that it's the normal maintenance. Currently, we have a number of different vendors that we issue a purchase order every time. When we need a part, we wait for those parts to be delivered. We've been storing those parts in a warehouse on our campus. This method is going to allow us to directly order as we need those parts from Granger. They will deliver 2 to 3 times a day as we need those parts. There's terms in the contract that all parts must be delivered within 48 hours. And by doing so, we're going to reduce our inventory costs. We've actually converted some of our warehouse space to office space for our growing staffing in that area. We're going to realize labor savings by not having to process 2,000 plus purchase orders during the year. Also, we're going to benefit from product discounts and freight savings, and this will qualify as a hub vendor purchase for us. We estimate the savings in the first year to be around $570,000, and additional savings of $243,000 per year thereafter. The vendor is also going to be providing us with quarterly business reviews to show the orders processed, the savings we've accomplished, and suggest additional process improvements and saving opportunities so that we can continue to monitor this. We did go through a request for proposal process and selected Grainger as the most qualified and best value for TTU. The contract will be effective November 1st if approved and end on October 30th of 2020. There's an option to renew the contract for 4 additional one-year periods upon written approval of both parties. The annual spend, again, we're estimating, again, it's going to be based on the supplies and parts that we need during the year, but it could be between $1 million and $2 million of an annual spend with Grainger. We respectfully request your approval of this item, and I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
I think this is best practice. Many commercial businesses do this all the time. My only question is, how does Grainger qualify as a hub? They're a big New York Stock Exchange publicly traded company.
Yeah, I'm like looking to those that were involved on the committee. I have
get it.
Sean Childers and Carrie Hewitt here that were involved in the selection committee. Do you recall the hub qualifications?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Much like we do with Carcon Industries, correct? On the food side?
Who was that company?
Because it's U.S. food, but we get hub credit because of Carcon.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Exactly. Our contract's not with Grainger, it's with, there we go. Yeah. Got it.
You're so smart, Rick France.
No, I didn't, I just,
It's a good question, man. Great question.
What you're doing.
any other questions? I entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
A motion a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Mr. Cavan.
Mr. Cavan's not here. Mr. Chairman. And before I start, the board should know that Elmo's mother had a stroke about 10 days ago, and she's not doing very well at all. She's in hospice, and Elmo has been in San Antonio for about the last week. And Elmo, of every human being I have ever met, is the last person to miss a day of work or anything. So you'll keep Elmo in your thoughts. Mr. Chairman, this is an item that is also here because of Senate Bill 20. Our ophthalmology department treats a number of people that have diabetic retinopathy and age-related macular degeneration. There's a category of medications that is used to treat those ailments that have been around for probably 15 years, and the way that the patient is treated is with a direct injection into the eyeball. It's an intense procedure, but it actually works pretty well for arresting the progress of certain types of degenerative retinal diseases. The medications for this, as you might imagine, are extraordinarily expensive. And as our demographics have changed over time, with an increasing number of people that are reaching the age where they need to be treated, as well as this treatment now being more widespread and available, the cost, the aggregate cost for us in the department has gone up every year because they're treating more and more people with it. So we've hit the $1 million threshold, but they've actually been treating people with this for many, many, many years. The drug that we're looking for approval to go through these distributors for is called EYLEA. There are actually 2 other medications that are in this category, and the practitioners will select a medication based upon the patient's disease pathology, based upon the particular physiology of that patient's eye, and also based on the practitioner's history of outcomes with particular medications. And so EYLEA has been one of the ones that they have used primarily, but they've used Lucentis and the other one as well. But the McKesson Distributors is the company that has been used as our sole source distributor for many years, but there are now 2 other distributors that are also available, and on an annual basis, before this has come before the board here, they check with distributors on the cost. And these costs that we incur for that are direct pass-throughs to the patients. The costs are not bumped up to the patient. The cost that we get for it is a cost that's just directly passed on in the billing to the patient. So what we'd like to get permission to do is to move forward with contracts for the distributors for provision of this medication. And again, this is something that they've been doing in ophthalmology for many, many, many years. Just this is the first year that on an annual basis it's hit $1 million.
Mr. Chairman, so Ted, all three of these groups distribute the same drug?
And charge the same.
And charge the same, so there's no
Exactly.
leveraging point that you
There's
can
not.
get. Okay.
They all charge the same, and there's one manufacturer of the drug, Regeneron.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Carries. Item number 4, Ms. Pucciarelli.
Good afternoon. Consistent with prior year, we're going to be requesting at Texas Tech Health Science Center El Paso the approval to exceed the authorized number of FTEs that are paid by appropriated funds. So if you note in the rectangle on page FA9, this would take our FTE cap from 545.5 to 641.5. Currently, our FTEs are 612. So we feel that this would give us enough room to be able to stay within this requested approval. The reason we're requesting this increase is because we have had increases in enrollment from FY14 to 16, growth of 26%, which we're really excited is continuing to grow. We're also anticipating that as we have functions that transition from Lubbock to El Paso, as we become a separate standalone institution, we're going to be having some additional FTEs as well. But we feel that this would be enough latitude to provide us to stay within that extended amount, consistent with prior year's request. So with that, I request that you approve this request to exceed our FTE limitation.
Questions? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, item number 5.
I will be presenting, or Eric, you can present it. Go ahead.
Either way, boss.
That's all right.
Good afternoon, all. I have a couple of items, just some amendments to Regent rules for items 5 and 6. The first item for item 5, amendment of Chapter 7 Fiscal Management Regent rules, and it's Section 5 in the debt management policy. And we're just kind of honing up our policies and clarifying some procedures in that explicitly stating debt proceeds for the revenue financing system will be only used for capital expenditures. And this was recommended by our bond counsel, and it bolsters our policies, and it looks better for rating agencies as well.
Questions?
This has been reviewed by the Regents Rules Committee and is being submitted to the full board with their endorsement.
Motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Okay.
Number 6.
Number 6. Also, an amendment of a Regent rule, the investment policy for the short intermediate term fund. SEC not recently, but a couple of years ago, amended the definition of money market funds. And after 2008, when a large money market fund broke the buck, they're now allowing for a broader diversity in money market funds between institutional funds that have a constant net asset value and those that employ a floating net asset value. In our investment fund, we have pretty much 3 buckets. We have a cash pool, a security pool in the middle, an intermediate pool as far as risk on the end. We're recommending to change the definition of money market funds in the cash pool to just those having a constant net asset value due to it being really, inappropriate for that sleeve to have any market risk.
Questions? Straightforward.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Thank you. Chancellor Duncan.
Thank you. Chairman, members, item number 7 is asking for approval of appointments to the Board of Directors of the Texas Foundation. We're very fortunate that we've always had a strong foundation here at Texas Tech and foundation board members, and it's an exciting time to be able to name some new folks and also extend some terms of those who have served well as well. We have started a new process. When Lisa came, we looked at this and said, look, we want to even enhance more than we have in the past the foundation board's involvement in what we do from a philanthropic standpoint, as well as managing our foundation assets. And so it's been a very robust process. This time, instead of me choosing the people, we had a committee headed by Trey Berry, who is going off, but Trey Berry from San Angelo headed the selection committee and searched far and wide and really found some really great candidates. And so I want to read the names of those who we're asking to extend a term, and then also the names of those who we are asking to serve. First to appoint to a second term will be David Arrington from Midland, Tracy Elms, a CPA from Midland, Alvin New from San Angelo, Susan Rose, a CPA from Scottsdale, Arizona, Deborah Cioli from Lubbock, and Dale Swinburne from Tulia. They've all expressed an interest to remain on the board, and we certainly are excited about their continued service. Also, as it relates to the new members that we're asking to serve, I'll read these names, and I think you'll be very impressed. You probably know most of these people. Chris Alls from Dallas, M. Culp from Midland, Pat Hickman from Canyon, Joshua Hunt from El Paso, David King from Tyler, Michael Owen, M.D., who probably delivered half of the students we have from Lubbock, on Lubbock campus, Jack Rentz from Abilene, Don Sinclair from Houston, Ben Stribling from San Angelo, and Robert Taylor from Lubbock. We're really excited about these folks, and I want to congratulate Trey Berry and Chairman, and our Chairman, the Chairman of our selection committee, and all that he's done, and Terry Fuller, the Chairman of our foundation board, and the success in moving this to a real more robust foundation board process. So with that, I would ask that you approve these names, which have also been approved by the foundation board.
We have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Mr.
A
Chairman.
motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sounds like a very good process that you all went through. And it passes. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance Administration Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Francis. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now reconvene in executive session as authorized by sections 551071, 551072, 551073, and 551074 of the Texas Government Code. This will be the last business item that we will do today. Then we will reconvene in the morning at 8:30. Right?
I want to see the body.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a 10-minute break before we start.
Good idea.
Questions regarding the items discussed in executive session?
Mr. Chairman, there are 5 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1, I move that the approval of the board chair and the chair of the Finance and Administration Committee issued on January 22nd, 2016 be modified to authorize President Lang to conclude negotiations and execute the purchase documents for the 13 properties identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Please continue.
Motion number 2, I move that the board authorize the naming of a unit of the Texas Tech University Department of Intercollegiate Athletics in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in executive session and delegate to the Chancellor the authority to announce the naming at the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
I move that President Shuvenek be authorized to conclude negotiations and execute a ground lease with Lubbock Power and Light for construction of additional distribution facilities with associated utility easements and rights of access under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
I move that President Shuvenek be authorized to conclude negotiations and execute a ground lease with Lubbock Power and Light for the property currently occupied by the Brandon Station Cogeneration Plant site with associated utility easements and rights of access under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
I move that the Chancellor be authorized to conclude negotiations and execute an amendment to the power purchase agreement with Lubbock Power and Light dated April 28, 2005, under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, there is no action of any kind to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Regent Montford, the meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, October 14th, 2016 at 8:30.
All righty.